Well, good morning, everyone. We're back to more of the, excuse me, the bazaar today. Last time it didn't really end too well. The new patch was out, still learning stuff, but it was very much not fun to play. And I mean, we kind of do the best that we can, but yeah, it's not too great. Things have gotten a little better. We've learned a bit more about how things work, so that's good. But we're still learning, and that's kind of the purpose of today's stream, sort of. For the most part, it's kind of weird. Like the actually, it would probably help if I just switch. So it's been kind of interesting because before the patch, it was actually not super difficult to win with Dooley, but it was definitely it was difficult in comparison to the other heroes. The easiest hero to win with was Vanessa, with Pig coming in like a close second. And so now this is kind of, for me, it's backwards. I feel like the easiest person to win with for me is Dooley now, kind of, then Pig, then Vanessa. I think my main problem with Vanessa is Vanessa's itemization. Hey Vice, how's it going? Appreciate the drop on by. Hope today's been going good for you. Actually, I have forgotten how to up my follower goal thing. Oh man, doing pretty good. Otherwise, doing pretty good. Actually, since we haven't started playing yet, let me actually look that up. But yeah, doing pretty good. As I was saying before, it's kind of hard to get things going with Vanessa, just because a lot of things with her kit has changed. Today's been all right. To work right now. I miss you too, man. I mean, I know you invite me to stuff, and I can seldom make it most of the time because I'm working. It just seems like our schedules are kind of opposite for the most part, but I do appreciate everything, and yeah, hopefully we get the chance to hang out, have some fun, have a good time. Saw that y'all were playing Marvel Rivals yesterday. I've installed the game. I've kind of done some stuff in the training ground, but haven't actually played. It looks really fun. They seem like they have a good business model going as far as free to play and monetization. So I'm looking forward to having that stick around and becoming sort of the new Overwatch, since current Overwatch is kind of bad. But I don't know, maybe that's just me. I personally loved Overwatch when there was no 2, it was just Overwatch. I mean, but I do miss stuff like that, and hoping for the best. Yeah, our schedule's been pretty wacky. I'm going to be on Christmas break soon. Maybe that time we can hang out. Yeah, I've been playing Marvel Rivals. It's really fun. That's really cool, man. Yeah, I'm glad to see. I'm always glad to see games like that evolve and thrive in a space that's really healthy for consumers as well as producers. I think if things are done fairly, then there's no reason why something like that shouldn't exist at all. And I'm glad to see that type of thing. So Could use some balancing fixes and a couple of tweaks with the online function by giving it 8 out of 10 in the first impressions. That's really cool. Yeah, everyone's been praising it pretty highly. I've been seeing a lot of positive buzz. It seems to have like a huge concurrent player base right now. Obviously, that's going to change over time, but because it is new, it is nice to see that it is thriving really well in comparison to some of the other stinkers that were attempted from certain AAA publishers. But like I said, there are games that I'm not sure if the right word to use is deserve to exist in the space, but I don't know a better word to describe it right now. Because there are definitely, you can make a profit while still holding true to like the core values of your audience, and I think a lot of companies have lost track of that. Excuse me. And so I mean that's always like, we'll see what the future holds, but it's looking good because just a whole lot of companies, not just AAA, but AA, indie, that type of thing, they are very much coming around to the idea of putting the customer first, which I do appreciate a lot. We'll just kill that here real quick, and then but yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be good. It's going to be nice to see a shift in the industry that really needs it. Praying that Marvel Rivals don't die so quickly. I hope to see more updates and characters down the road. Yeah, absolutely. I think right now they have a really good sort of base on their hands, and so moving forward from there, I think if they're able to maintain their sort of momentum, then we can probably look forward to them sticking around for a while. And we just have to hope, because I do worry. They are published by NetEase, and I'm always kind of weary about that stuff. I mean, right now they're probably going to be okay with leaving things as is, so I think that is good. But I do wonder what it's going to be like when the game, as far as its concurrent player base, stabilizes, and what sort of changes, if any, they'll bring in, that they'll do to maintain their player base, whether it be through further monetization options, that type of thing. But they look like they're cultivating a healthy culture right now, and so I'm really excited to see where it goes. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we have a free ticket. I think we always do like a warm up, so I think, well, since I seldom play Vanessa and she's the one that I get my ass kicked with the most, we're gonna do a warm up with her. But yeah, it looks great. Hopefully, I know you said you're at work. I hope your work day goes pretty smoothly today. And all that good stuff. I don't know. It's just been, this is actually pretty bad. Oh man, I am not a fan of this. Oh boy. Okay. Against my better judgment, I'm going to pick a honing steel, and hopefully we'll get a weapon of some sort that's not ammo related. I don't like this. 7 seconds and 10-second cooldown. This is awful. This is okay for the start. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. hopefully we'll pick up a flask soon. But yeah, absolutely. It would be, I don't know, it would be awesome to hang out again. And even if it's just, you know, just hanging out in the chat. Since this guy doesn't do damage, I can just let this go. But yeah, that would be really cool. It would be really nice. Looking forward to more stuff. And hoping to just make it through sort of the end of this year, which is quickly approaching, and just getting into a more healthy mindset. And hopefully I can stream more next year. That would be nice. I don't know. A lot to do in my personal life, which is, you know, I don't know, alright, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. And, we'll hook back up when we do. So, appreciate you stopping by.
The bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Okay, that's interesting. I wish I had enough money for the cannonball, but I do not. I do worry about the upcoming battle with the player or the ghost. Get a small shield item? I guess so. It's better than nothing, but it's probably not gonna help.
My fight isn't with you.
Unless this guy's build sucks. It does not suck. In fact, it's gonna kill me. Ah, damn. Did not luck out there. Feels bad, feels bad. I don't think I even would have won if I had another ammo, even with the cannonball. Yeah, because we're getting to fatigue now, and he's going to get me to lower than his life with the burn, like right now, so... Yeah, if anything, the burn's going to kill me before fatigue even starts. So, yep. Feels bad losing the first fight. Always feels bad losing the first fight.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Alright. Small item. Aquatic. I mean, aquatic can be anything. I don't know if that's the play. I definitely want a weapon. But let's go with aquatic. Let's see what we get. Okay. I mean, that is a weapon. It's not the greatest, but I'll take it. And it can be used with honing steel. Sharpening stone or income, I wonder. I mean, it is important to build income now, but... I mean, sharpening stone, it's going to give me... Because right now it's bronze, so probably 3 damage each, and I'm going to get 2 of them. So I'm going to have 6 damage. 6 damage at the start is actually important, so I think I'm going to do that. The honing steel will help, and then the added burn from the cannon will be pretty nice. I don't think I can get upgrades for the cannon right now, although... Well, I might be able to. There's a chance. Let's check it out. Not really. No. Okay. I think we're gonna go for the 10 City Mare because we want... I mean, the Sharpening Stone's good, but we want the Augmented Weaponry. So there's a chance that when we get this, it'll be good times. Because then I'll just have to concentrate on buying weapons and selling them, which will increase my damage. I mean, it's only by 1, but hey, 1 damage matters, you know? Okay. I didn't realize honing steel was for all weapons.
in a battle?
That's like interesting.
Maybe
Ooh, we got a
skirmish.
temporary shelter. Okay. Okay, we can roll with the shelter. When you sell a small item, this gains 10 shield. Not bad.
I'm a
Items.
people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Silencer. Are we going for a silencer build? I mean, we're probably not going to use seashells, so we can throw that out. We can silence the shark claws, which I guess we'll do.
Enjoy your
It also lowers the cooldown a little bit, which is nice. It's kind of too bad we didn't get the skill, but that is okay.
happy to make the sale. Sad to say goodbye.
We can just continue to build that over time. Small, medium, or mushroom. Let's see if we can get any upgrades.
Your huge items.
Yes, we can.
So, on behalf of the Grand Society of blah blah blah. Bye.
Early repeater. I don't think that's better than what we have for the cannon right now. Even though the cannon's lacking in ammo. We still get burned with cannon, which is good. Plus we get a little extra damage with the honing steel and the claw.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
I like sharp claws. Like when I say that, I don't mean the what the item does. I like the picture that it represents because it reminds me of the Shredder from Ninja Turtles.
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
So I don't know. And Ninja Turtles from like the 90s, like the cartoon.
But I don't use paint.
Not bad. We barely made it through that. I'm actually kind of surprised because they had a katana, and the katana should have kicked my ass, but it didn't. Which is nice. So not complaining about that. But yeah, let's just continue to buy small stuff since we'll probably eventually incorporate the shelter somehow. Bronze tier. Oh wow, that's the only bronze tier we got, huh? 2 sharpening stones. I almost wish this was a cutlass, but at the same time, I'm okay with it not being. It'll give us more damage, so that's fine to upgrade for now. Large items. I mean, the only large item we could probably get right now that would work. Well, that's not true. There's like a couple. We could get Crow's Nest, or we could get the Trebuchet. I'm not sure if we'll be able to afford the Trebuchet right now, though. We have both. Wow. Okay. Let's do the Trebuchet. I think we'll go Flame Dance because we might get a Ember. These two are also fine though. Okay, we got this guy. Yeah, there we go.
Like a dervish without honor.
See that plank?
Nice.
Walk it.
Health toughness, small friend. Probably small friend. Okay, jellyfish isn't bad. Small item.
The brain. Mind is highly concentrated.
Nesting doll. We may have a use for nesting doll in the future. Okay.
Go ahead. Underestimate.
Another Nessa.
Makes this more fun. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, I'm in trouble here. Potentially. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to. Nope.
You fall like a boulder.
Katana too strong. 2-second cooldown. Oh, 1.8. Must have gotten a feather.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Yeah, this is I don't know. Openings with Vanessa used to be pretty easy. Oh my god, they gave us a water wheel. All right.
So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving. That's good.
Okay. So now we probably want to get a captain's wheel. Oh man. Oh, actually I can... Oh, we don't have enough space. Okay. Well, we're gonna level. So... Okay.
Another empty chest, waiting to be filled.
Oops. Should probably manage my inventory a little better. Loot items, cinders, upgrade. Yeah, we're gonna go for an upgrade. Upgrade's good.
The quicker the fight.
We don't have any money. We should probably invest in some health. Okay. Dervish.
Dervishes.
High likelihood that we'll get a clockwork blade, and that will reduce overall item cooldown, which is good.
Perhaps we struck the wrong caravan. Pathetic. As spineless as a jellyfish.
I don't need that. We're probably not going to use the steel anymore. We're searching for very specific things. Small item. I kind of want to get a shield and hope for a nesting doll upgrade. That's okay. Poison. Not really. Silver. Maybe. Okay.
My fight isn't with
Not super ideal, but might be okay. Ooh, I see. Critical core. Neat. I think the damage alone is probably gonna kill me. Yeah. Yep.
Bring her about.
Yeah, this is
I've
gonna
got
be
another
pretty rough.
salvo with me.
Gold tier. Nah. We'll just build.
Place to store the rest of the tyrant's gold.
Actually, we do want to upgrade our income just so that we can get, well, potential to get stuff down the line. If that should work. Okay. Nope. A wheel. Sextant. We don't have crit right now though. Illuso Ray isn't bad. I wonder if that's okay to invest in now. I think so. We should probably get that. Probably can't beat Mod Squad. We'll try Duelist. Duelist still might beat us. In which case, our build's probably too weak right now. Okay, we should have this, I think. Yeah.
My mother said I'm the best.
Over already? We barely got our flags up.
Don't really have use for you anymore. Bronze tier junk? Not really. I guess we'll go to Mountain Pass and continue to invest. We'll get rid of you, probably you. We don't need the cannon anymore. Just these two, which is probably fine. Okay, we do medium items. We might be able to find a wheel. No, not yet. Darn.
Every item.
We may not get a wheel this run, to be honest.
Legend on Pelago.
Oof. Yeah, this is gonna be a rough one. I think the fire damage alone is gonna kill me. Just because he's got more life and he's built more fire than on me than I can. I don't have anything to cleanse it. Yeah. I probably would have needed
Next
2 more
time,
turns
boys,
on that one.
less
So
plunder, more plunder.
let's get loot items. Maybe we can get something good off of that. Oh wow, all scrap. Well, you know what? Non-weapon items, more chances. A sextant again. An upgrade for that.
This will inspire the crew.
So that's good.
People first, profit 10.
This doesn't work. No, we need the wheel. We need the wheel. Let's go Zookeeper, because Zookeeper might net us this imp guy, or salamander, which we can use on the trebuchet, which would be nice. Okay.
Pathetic, as spineless as a jellyfish.
Nice. We got almost exactly what we wanted, which is crazy. Yeah, let's build on some more health. I mean, there's not really an ammo item we could get, I think. Well, actually, no, that's not true. We could find the rifle that reloads when we burn. Nope. That's too bad. Yeah, this has been pretty rough. We're on day 6 and we've only won. The one time, it is exceptionally difficult to win with Vanessa unless you get something good out the gates. If you don't, then you might as well auto-concede. Pretty unfortunate, but that's just kind of how she works right now. And don't like it. Not a fan. Not a fan. It looks like we're gonna make it through this one,
does
though.
not defeat me.
I do see what they're trying to do with their builds. That's likely not gonna work.
You move in straight lines.
Yeah, I guess we'll just try to upgrade the fire damage. We should be at silver now, so this should be 2 each. Okay. Might get an upgrade for either of these 2. We don't, but we can get a Cove. Cove's good because if we sell stuff, it gains value. And then we can sell it down the line. Nope. In that case, I'll just
Enjoy the thrill of battle.
buy some small stuff to sell. That's fine. Okay. All right, we want the feathers here. Normally the skill would be nice, but we don't crit, so it's kind of useless if we get it.
See that plank?
Eh. That's okay, I guess. If your item's 3 crits, we might have that stick around for a little bit.
Huge. Do you have any huge items?
I mean, this isn't a weapon, so that's actually not gonna boost the trebuchet. The water wheel could be good, though. So let's give it a try, actually.
Sell things so I can buy things. Huge things.
Freeze. We could probably swap these in now, I guess. Kind of hope for the best, I suppose. I don't know. Feels like it might be a bad idea. For poison, when you poison enemy weapons, lose 3. I mean, this is nice, kind of, but I don't think we have the sustain right now. So I think we're just gonna go with that, and then kind of let's see how this goes. Oh gosh, probably not well. It's nice when it gets going, but the trigger point is too slow.
What can I do for you right now?
Healing. Poison. Cinders. Let's get poison.
But I'm a good
Is it
swimmer.
gold by now, or is it still silver, I wonder? It is gold. Don't need you. And you two are gone. Chance that I'll incorporate this is pretty much 0, so no.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh.
Damn.
Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
Yeah, ambergris would also be good for building on building on some stuff. First time you haste, freeze. First time you burn, freeze. Okay, so we'll probably get to haste first. So that. Let's go back to the rock. Hopefully we can get a feather. That would be nice. See, the loop works, but it's like we have to get there. We have to get there, and it's right now it's kind of difficult to get there. All right, haste. I was hoping we could get a turbo item.
I get
Nope.
it. Time costs money.
Maybe.
Speed doesn't come from muscles. It comes from beyond the body.
When the user leftmost item, haste an item for 2 seconds. Ooh. Okay, what if I do this? The start of the fight, haste one aquatic item for 6 seconds. Well, we have more than one aquatic item. We would have to hope that it hits the wheel. There's a chance that it won't. Haste an item for 1 second. Okay, that's probably a better investment. We can hope. We'll see what it's like against this guy. If he's running the usual build, which is probably friends and poison, we're probably dead. Oh god. It is a poison build. Okay, yeah, we're in trouble already. Yeah. No, this poison's gonna kill me outright before we get him. At least I think so. Oh, no, we got him. Oh, wow. Just barely. It's because we had the healing from the wheel. Oof, okay. Alright, I'll take it. I'll take it. Income. Yep. Okay, upgrades, please. No. Damn. Okay, we might get it here with aquatic.
That means it's treasure.
No. Damn. Yeah, let's go for the Enclave Revenant. We kind of need the experience because we really should be ahead right now. Before the patch, Vanessa used to be like leagues ahead in terms of levels in comparisons to the other heroes. Excuse me. Ooh, voice crack. But now that's not so much the case anymore. So, yeah, I don't know. This skill would be nice. We did not get that. Got the emerald instead, which is fine.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Okay, take that.
I mean, excellent choice. Shall I gift wrap it for you? Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Aquatic, scrap, get a friend. I think we're gonna go with aquatic. Ooh, Thieves Guild. Fight Mr. Moo, double your income. Grab everything from the vault. I think we're gonna grab everything from the vault. Even though we probably should have gone after Mr. Moo. Okay, very nice. That. Very cool.
The quicker the fight.
Take that, take that. I think we took all of those incorrectly. Well, that's okay. We made a lot of money, so assuming we survive long enough to use it, then being at 116 bank right now is actually really good. So if not, then oh well, GG's. Oh god. I see. Okay, well, that is scary. Hopefully we can burst him down. Because this is gonna be not cool. Okay, yeah, we should be fine. We should be fine.
All cannon, no bomb.
All right. Small items. I mean, we could get a catfish, but I think we're going to go with health right now. Yes. Man, there's that wheel that we've been looking for. Damn, we get it now, huh? I don't even know if this is worth incorporating. When you use a vehicle or large item, charge this 2. I mean, would this work better than these? You know what? Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Let's do that.
For the good of all.
Alright. We cannot take on the Awakened District. I don't think we have enough damage for that. This should be okay, though. I don't know if this is faster or slower.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
I don't know. We don't have we don't have a small item. All right.
Why does Lufu set himself apart? We've Sphinxians
Crit.
work together.
Poison. Weapons gain 3 damage for the fight. Sure.
All wisdom has power, but not all
Upgrade.
power has wisdom.
I think we want to upgrade this. Small, medium, small, large. I think small, large.
Come on then, let's get this over with.
Ah, come on. For real?
Happy to exploit you. I mean help you.
Alright, let's try it.
You should know I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Ooh. Oh, damn. That is scary. I don't like that at all. I think they've got me. Yeah. I can't outpace their damage.
Lamb legs make you
Nope.
predictable. You move in straight lines. All of this is just training.
Damn.
A real fight is on Pelago.
Well, that would have netted us a chest if this had been a ranked run. So I guess that's something. But all right, let's do a ranked run. Let's do dually, I guess. Gotta hope for the best again. Ooh, we do not have companions, so we'll go with Decor.
Discounts for peace. You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this.
Sure.
Your aura
Why not?
guided me right where you needed.
guess. The other two seem bad. Might have to go with a bit of an unorthodox build this time around, but should be fine. Alright. Junk? I don't know. Actually, let's get EXP. Friend, silver. Can't afford it. Alright, just gonna have to hope for the best here, depending on what kind of build this guy has. Ooh, I don't think I win this one. Not without crits. But even then, no. This guy beats me out by sustain. Oh well, that's too bad. That's too bad. Pretty unfortunate when that happens, but honestly, there's not really a whole lot you can do. If you just don't have the damage, then actually shielding on the first fight actually isn't a bad idea. Actually, it's a great idea. Upgrade the core. Yeah, it's kind of our best option right now. It's got 3. Okay.
I got everything you need. Just a matter of finding it. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything. While you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar, warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home.
Too bad we don't have enough for that, but that's alright. EXP. We could probably beat the Covetous Thief, so we're gonna try. Could always use the Sharpening Stone. Also Pickpocket would be nice for the early game. So hopefully we'll be able to do something there. Alright. Got the Grindstone instead, which is okay. Non-weapon items.
Make
Let's see what they got.
peace, not war.
I mean, it's just 2, I guess. That's fine.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it.
Nope. Okay. Sharpening stones, I think. Yep. pretty sure that's the play. Okay, not bad. I kind of see what they're going for. But builds like that early probably aren't going to win. So they'll probably end up in a bad position for the first couple of days, but they should be able to catch up afterwards and be fine. Good enough. Large items. I don't really think there's anything that we can get right now, but I guess it doesn't hurt to look.
So I opened one.
If we were going for a friend build, Bulldozer would be good. I hear Force Field's still great. Not too sure about Combat Core. I haven't seen Combat Core in a while. I'm not sure if it still sees play anymore, to be honest.
Tiny Andy says I need to close the deal.
Cast aside your dextroments.
Atomic Clock probably isn't too bad right now. While we're trying to figure things out. We could probably beat the Aetherite, so...
Oh, we haven't started yet?
I mean, Atomic Clock quickly uses itself up, but, I mean, 1 second cooldown on, like, 3 items, or potentially 1 to 2, is a big deal. So, yeah, Atomic Clock is really, really good. I mean, if there is a way for me to somehow get the flask from Vanessa, that would just be like, you know, like chef's kiss, right? So nice. We actually did want the skill, so that's good. Friend items. There are 2 friend items that I want to get. I would either want to get the brick guy, or actually, there's more than a couple. So the brick guy, the tripod dude, that, well, I don't know. No, probably not him. There's the brick guy and another one. I don't know. We are about to level, so there's a chance that we might get him. No. Darn. Poison. Let's just get sharpening stones. Okay.
Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
That's probably pretty good. We'll do that for now. Get another one of those.
How about this weather where... Oh,
Okay.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Okay, not bad.
Bring her about.
Not bad, not bad.
I've got another salvo with me.
It's a 2.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Tesla coil just... It seems good. This was the guy I was talking about, Ballista. We don't really have a lot of stuff that hastes, so... it doesn't actually make sense.
See that mountain?
In fact, I'm surprised we haven't been offered
You
any
might have what you
raise.
need.
Kind of
Reward
shocked.
the peaceful, punish the
Mournful.
use that for the good of all.
We'll do that.
Inlanders.
Plump and pampered as babies.
Oh, right. It's been regulated to 2.
You have the metal to be a dervish.
I mean, we don't really need the poison dude anymore. So we can actually get rid of him. The question is, how would I set this up now? We're in day 4. It's still not good enough. Getting rid of you. Putting you here. This has to be next to you. Oh man. If I do that.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
When you burn, charges for 2. We don't have any burn. I mean, you can't reduce it lower than a second, so there's no real point to that. Cooldown, I guess.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof.
Okay,
Go make some
do
more
that.
stuff, then come back and
Finally got a ray. Ooh, interesting. That's actually not a bad idea. I like where their train of thought is going. It's good, but in order to make it really effective, they need to find some way to loop the friends. Not bad, though. Not bad.
Let's get this over with.
You're a 3, so yeah, we'll just update you. We kind of don't need you anymore.
Maybe I can resell this to my employees. You see that?
Yeah, let's
Malcolm?
do
That's how it's done.
Beta Ray. Can't really afford anything, so Tincture. We could probably beat the mod squad, so let's give it a try. Oh. That's weird. How did that happen? Alright. Okay. Sorry, I'm also playing a game on my mobile at the same time. Friends. Friends, sure. Junk. No, let's actually boost our income. Yeah. And the only friend we have is Aiden. We can check though.
Free many. I will free others.
Oh, we don't have the space for Brick Buddy. We'd have to get rid of Aiden if that were the case. And maybe even the atomic clock. I'll pick you up just in case. I might want to switch you in. Get rid of you. Still not great. Do we keep the clock in? Let's see.
My people believe in peace. Boring!
Well, this is working out because there are only so many small items that it can freeze. It's getting pretty scary though. Actually, he might. Okay, I was gonna say he might actually kill me. Wow. That was actually a pretty close shave. Do we have anything that slows? Not really. This is still at 12.
Come with no weapons, leave with big
15, that's closer. Not great though. Yep, not really going for anything like that.
Comes from a negative place.
Small weapon. Uzi. Could probably beat the Lone Shark, so we're gonna try.
It's all standardized.
Wow. He doesn't have any small items, so the ray doesn't actually work. Ooh, it's looking pretty grim. I think he's got me on this one. Unless we crit. Oh wow, we actually got it. Just barely. Not bad. I guess sharpening stone? I wish I could find an upgrade for the rifle, but we were just pretty unlucky, I guess. Now that's at 4.
Oh, Dooley, I'm so glad to see you again, sir. How many Droidicans did you liberate?
Nothing
Maybe?
tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Hey, alright. Alright. Can keep going with that, I guess.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabalians.
Oh, interesting. Piggle builds. Ooh, I see we're getting memory leaks. Alright, after this combat, I'll need to restart the game.
Next time I'll
Okay.
show you
didn't mean to do that. Okay, let's quickly restart. Okay. All right, so 16 is closer, but still not what I want.
I am not a warrior. I am just a man who has lived a long time.
2. Apparently this is bugged. It can go like way over or like way under. Like you can get a negative value with crypto, which is strange. Cooldown by 10%. Actually, we probably want that, right? Because that way it procs this more.
Not all power has wisdom.
Okay. Definitely take that. Darn. I don't know if we can beat the Corsair. I think we're a bit too slow. I'm pretty sure the fire is gonna kill us. Because like we're barely scraping by in most of our fights. But I don't know. Maybe. Because we have to beat him twice. And the second time he burns. So that does help us a bit. Let's give it a try.
I'll make thee my pet. Come perch on my shoulder.
Ouch. Yeah, I don't foresee this going that well. No. The anchor's gonna kill us. Yep. Darn. Weren't strong enough.
You see landfill? I see buried treasure.
Was hoping,
While you're doing
but
your
that
part,
is
clean
okay.
up the bazaar. Hooey! Now that's a bargain.
Put you up here. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Okay. We're 2.
Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home.
Sharpening stones. Wait. Where'd my stones go? What the fuck? Okay. That was weird.
And you might.
What the hell? Where'd my stones go?
We'll be back.
Did I just get robbed? Okay.
Boring!
I could swear. That is actually crazy. Oh, we just barely lost out. Man. I swear to God, I just got robbed. Like, I picked sharpening stones. I thought I picked sharpening stones. Like, what the fuck?
People here look so funny.
Chrono barrier.
People say my armor's the best. Come to learn the way of flame.
Ironic. I like it.
Fire's not for everyone.
Man, that is wild. Okay, that's good. Damn, that is at 2 still. What the hell?
Come on in. Let's chat.
Skills.
The grain of wisdom, since you have come to me.
We don't have burn. Sure. That works, I guess. Oh, he's got all small stuff, so that's good for me. Can stall his stuff long enough for us to win. I'll take that. Okay. It's at 7. Still not great.
As you free me, I will free others.
Yeah, we've only had the components to make that work.
Any good fights lately?
Wow.
Miss it. I hope you live long enough to reconsider.
Crazy. Alright, this should be okay. Oops. Ah. I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. Alright. Nope. 14. Come on, we can do better than that. Okay. Sharpening stones. We don't have crit.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
We don't have fire. Man, we really need upgrades
If you want something
for those.
ugly, go see Paul.
Reuse, recycle, relax. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
Okay. Okay. Oops. We want to hold off on that for a second. It's close. Still 12. Come on now. What is going on? Ooh, that's a classic build I haven't seen in a long time. I like it, I like it. Damn, it's still really strong.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh.
Good lord.
Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Man, just no upgrades for the raise this whole time. That's actually insane. At least it looks like we got the the PvE fight in the bag, which is nice, but still. I'm aiming for at least another win out of 40. That's not good. That's not good enough. Let's update the clock by 2.
How many Zordicans did you liberate today?
Not what I'm looking for.
Junkyard will liberate.
Yeah, non-weapon.
Punish the
No.
willful.
Ah, come on. What is that? Why don't you give me upgrades for those? What the hell, man? Why so stingy? This isn't going to turn out that good. No, he's got me on fire damage alone. Okay. Shield. I guess. At this point, I don't even know.
People first, profit 10.
Come on, you're giving me everything that I don't want.
Maybe I'm not cut out for business.
Greetings.
No.
Oh, Dooley, I'm so glad.
So unhelpful. I hate when that happens. Okay. 23. Still not great.
Discounts for peace.
Stop offering me this shit.
You're
I
not
don't want
ready
it.
to accept the light. And
I don't want it.
Worship.
Give me something I can use. Come on.
Power-wise.
Why? Why do you have to? Why do you do that? Why? Like, stop giving me items I do not need. Nope. Well, that's kind of too bad. We only got one chest. I mean, we probably would have done better if we just had some kind of upgrade to either the alpha ray or the beta ray. But we just did not get those upgrades. Like, we searched for it and the game just said, nope. Nope, you deserve nothing. And you'll be happy about it. Like, I get that the shops are, they're guiding us on a path, but there's a point where, like, the pivot is too late. And, like, pivoting will actually, at that point, make your run worse. Like, it kept giving us stuff for the dinosaurs. Don't get me wrong, I love dino builds, but it's just so, I don't know what the right word for it is, but again, it's just too late at that point to try and pivot into something new. Like, we didn't even have something that would work for dinos. If we had the companion core, I would kind of get it. We might be able to change it up from there, but we didn't. We'll continue to play ranked, though. Actually, I'm going to head to the restroom. I'll be right back, and then we can do a 10 pull and then do some more ranked. Alright, so we back. We do 10 pull. Chests. Lever, let's go. There we are. Come on, good skins? Oh. No skins this time. Darn. Got some shiny new stuff though, so that's nice. Okay. Alrighty. We just did a dually
show the
run.
folks
Let's
back home what's
do
possible.
a pig run. Hopefully we get some good itemization. Your starting stuff matters a lot, so if you don't get the right stuff, I guess we're doing a dog build. Income. Fight use. I was hoping maybe we'd get like a beast of burden or something. But I guess that's how the that's how the cookie crumbles today. So that is what we are going with. What the hell? Okay. Oops, sorry.
Not all Jabalians
Okay,
are
so
pacifists.
dog is small items.
Well, howdy, hero.
Crit
Now
chance.
that's a bargain.
Regen. I mean, that doesn't really
While
help
you're
us, but that's
doing your
fine.
part, clean up the bazaar.
Actually, this is probably okay, to be honest, for now.
Warms my rusty circuits to see that find out.
Some folks a lot older than
Usually wouldn't get skills this early, but
There are
crit
greater
chance.
trainers than me. I'm just getting you
Better
ready.
than nothing.
Are you
So often how I get destroyed from crits,
You should know.
and it's
I'm a
below
bit of a
50%,
legend on
like
Pelago.
all the fucking time. Some of the most annoying stuff that I have to deal with. But looks like on this one, I'm not even gonna get a chance, because they've got burn.
All cannon, no ball.
next time?
I'm not even sure I would have gotten it if I had a Regal Blade build. I think it still would have been too slow.
Sometimes I sell stuff.
Beast of Burden. I almost wonder if it's worth it, but you sell a small item versus when you buy an item. You know, we're gonna give it a try. Gonna give it a try. Okay.
Master craftsman. Me? Try my best.
Can we beat the 10th City Mare? Let's try. Okay, it looks like we'll be fine. We really want the augmented weaponry. That would be very nice. Hoping for it. Maybe we'll get it. Maybe we won't. Also, getting the dog upgrade would be good too. Sharpening stone would be okay.
I've come too far to let you.
And we got a scrap instead. That's when we
Take
buy
your
stuff.
time. I'm pretty laid back. If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
If only. Okay, yeah, we have enough to invest, so let's do that.
You do see these tusks, right?
Ooh, fire. Yep, probably not this one. Yeah, too slow. That's too bad. It's too bad.
Myself and I still lost.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me. Use it well. Make me proud.
Actually, if anything, I want to upgrade this one. Usually need 4 gold for the thing that it's gonna give me. We can just do the free one, I guess. That works. Okay.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Alright.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can sell. Oh, show those stumps back home. I'm gonna be a business tree. I'll never resell this. Where's Midsworth? Oh, did he see me close a deal?
Cast aside your dextroments! Your aura guided me to what you needed.
McDoot.
I should warn you. I'm
Well,
I'll admit,
not too surprised there.
that was impressive.
Alright.
We take pride in our restoration.
Well, this is embarrassing.
I can sell that and then afford it.
Ah, moving up in the
There we
world.
go.
More is more, Alice.
Yeah, let's gain income. And... Okay.
Some people Just need a good whack.
We should be fine.
Pretty strong.
Never mind, we are fine. Wasn't expecting the crit there.
You seem like a nice person.
What is my crit chance even at? 4%. Alright. Well, that's something. You don't have any healing, so...
I'll help you find who does. I used
Okay.
to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
I guess some shield's better than nothing. I wish we had, like, smaller items.
Investment is building homes for money. I suppose I bid you farewell.
Okay, we'll do that instead.
I made that same investment.
Yes, Cat,
once.
what would
I'd
you
say
like?
The results are evident, wouldn't you?
What? Okay. Hey, stop it. I know you're doing that just so you can bite my hand. A silly cat.
Dreams are too big for
Hmm?
you to steal.
Right, Blizzard?
My people believe in peace. Boring.
I do not understand your obsession with the fact that you need to feel everything with your tongue, Blizzard. Like, you can't just, like, go up to something and just smell it. Stop. What are you doing?
Well, I guess motivation isn't everything. Hmm?
What are you doing? Why are you such a weirdo, huh? Probably a monster.
I have mastered the dual art. This paper says so. And ergo victoriam.
Wait, really?
Means I'm the winner.
Ugh.
I can already
This is bad, actually. We're on day 5 and we haven't won yet. That's not good. I don't like that at all.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you? Just toss
Okay.
that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
I think we're too far out for Regal Blade now.
Oh,
We can
delivery's free.
still
I like the exercise.
buy it and kind of hope for the
Oh, I
best.
think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Cat, I don't know what you want. Oh. Game is frozen. Can't access my inventory for some reason.
Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy
Which is
that.
never good. Hey. Off the desk. Thank you.
Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
I don't know. I'm pretty worried about this, not gonna lie.
I completed all the dueling courses!
Believe you'll win, and you'll win.
Even more so, we don't, we have nothing affecting our health. Hey, stop on the desk. Come on. Of course. That's something. Oh boy. We're not even doing like a small build. Or slow, not small.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
That is worrisome. Okay. I was gonna say, I would be pretty worried, but they were pretty fast, so there was always the chance that we would just eat it. But not too bad, not too bad.
Hello, little sentient.
We can't really make use of the drum. It would be nice, but our stuff's too slow.
I would give it for free, but Tiny Andy says that's wrong.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying.
Here you go. You wanted to come in, and now you want to go out. I'll never understand you. Alright. It's fine, it's fine. Cats will cat.
On behalf of the Grand Society of blah blah blah. Bye. Not very big though, is it? I only sell things so I can buy things. Huge things.
No, we are not good enough for a lich. If only we were. Okay. I just wish we weren't so far in now.
You gotta know what you're fighting for.
It would have been nice to build the what's it's called?
Experience is treasure.
I don't even know what I'm saying. I mean, I want to say that heal could matter, but I think we're just gonna go with that.
I teach mastery.
rifle teaches stillness. I prefer action. And when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you. Go make some more stories, and come back and tell me.
All right.
You do see these tusks, right?
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Ooh. I see. That's actually gnarly. I kind of like that. That's pretty cool. Nice.
Now that's quality. I hope that Quicksilver will watch it. Suppose I can sell. I've got 4 legs because I carry this company.
That's something, I guess.
You're not getting hurt on purpose just to come see me. I'm gonna rub this stuff on you. Don't make it weird. Why do my people live in forests? The city's where the wounds are.
Could probably beat the turtle. Kind of wish we had the hammer, but that's all right. Okay.
You seem like a nice person. Maybe too nice.
What's up? Come on in. A bucket saved my life once. You just never know.
Yeah, that wouldn't really be worth it right now. At least I don't think so.
Do you have any huge items? Okay, now sell me something. Something huge. I guess I made a sale.
I should warn you. Other Jabarians.
Interesting. I see what he's doing though. He's probably going to beat me out by poison damage alone. Yeah. My build's too slow. I need something to accelerate everything.
Do for you right now.
Burn.
Getting stay positive.
Oops.
We Empyreans are here to guide you and sell you things.
Multicast. Shielded yo-yo. I mean, that is something.
Tell me more. Like, what will you do with that?
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. Use that for the good of all. I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
And I don't have space for belt. Damn. All right. Let's see how this works. Okay, that's pretty good.
Not all Jabalians are pacifists.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you. Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door. I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
Greetings, mortal. What can I get you?
A gift from the Empyrean. Well, I guess you did pay.
All right. Let's see how this goes. I can't imagine it's gonna go too well. My build is so weird. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. No, just freezing my thing was enough for me to lose. Damn. Wow, we didn't even make it far on this one. We got one win. Very unfortunate. Yeah, it's actually hard to get wins these days. It's actually pretty crazy. I'm almost afraid to do a ranked one with Vanessa. Let's do Dooley again. Oh, we got nothing off that run. That's really sad. Oof, that's not great. I guess we'll go Ignition. Hopefully we can get some fire stuff. That's a start. One with that. Okay.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about me. Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer. I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
Don't know. Hold off on that for now.
To dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Yeah, we should be good with this one. The burn should kill them, actually.
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
Oh wow, they got arms dealer. That's actually crazy. Income, of course. Upgrade leftmost bronze. Upgrade that. That's for sure. Small burn item. I don't know, burning myself necessarily is a good idea, but... Okay. I guess we'll roll with it for now. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. Let's put you in. We're not running weapons, so... Let's hope we can get pickpocket, maybe?
We'll remember your face.
Not really what we want, but okay. Sure.
Don't have scales? I can forge some for you.
Dang.
Don't like my armor.
Oh, okay. This guy's kind of doing the same thing. He has an advantage on me, though. He's got more HP. And he builds fire quicker, so I'm just gonna lose because I'm at a disadvantage. Yep.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful.
The likelihood of us doing slow, probably not. I might utilize Brick Buddy. We're gonna do that. Then maybe leftmost bronze item. Yeah, I guess so.
Good food feeds body and soul.
I have too much strength for one blade. I have failed you, Storm Queens.
we're going to utilize any large items this time. Ah. Yeah, he's got me on this one. Too much fire. Damn. We're actually having some really bad runs this time around.
I'm so fast, I'm living in your future. No, I will tell you what happens.
I guess we could get more HP. Oops, what the hell? Okay.
Inlanders.
Something happened,
Although the amount of burn that we run into, it almost kind of negates using a shield, so maybe I should just do something else, maybe.
The Lord of the Wastes was right.
I don't know. I fear this may not even be a 4-win build, which is pretty upsetting if I'm being honest. Maybe we could do something with Solar Farm.
You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this.
Stocks. Tool. Another Ray build. Okay. I mean, Ray builds are good, so can't really discount that, I guess. We have no skills, so I can't imagine what they're going to teach us. Medium, crit, guess we'll do that. Cooldown. Cooldown.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
Nope.
Nothing I can do about your...
Infernal? I don't know if we can do that. We might be able to do Mod Squad? Maybe? I don't know, I feel like our HP is kind of low. We'll see, maybe we can get enough burn on him to negate that. Or poison. That works too. I mean, we definitely need to catch up in levels. Right now, we're not in a great spot. I'll get that just in case. Right now, this hasted by 2 for 4. This is whenever you use an adjacent item. Hard to say. Metronome might still be the play, though.
I got everything you need. Just a matter of finding. Hooey!
Okay.
That's a bargain.
Poison.
Tragedy. Reuse everything. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
Yeah, I guess giving them a chance to... Oop. My bad. Giving them a chance to crit would be good. Didn't mean to hit my mic. I'm so sorry about that. Okay. Okay, we should have them on this one just because we built up so much. Yep. We are upgrading that.
I would never debate.
Okay, upgrades would be nice.
If you want something big and ugly, go see Pole.
Haste item? Not really what we were looking for. We want to do that so that we can get the salamander. The spider's actually okay too. Salamander or spider's good. Alright. Not really what we're looking for, but I guess that's fine. Nice. Okay, some friends. Nope, not the friends we're looking for. Ooh. Also ignition build. He's got me. He's got too much fire on me before I build up. Yeah, if it wasn't for my farm getting halted, that probably could have been a lot better. Let's get poison. Yeah, it's day 7. Let's get some skills.
As long as you draw breath, your training is not complete.
Nope. And nope.
Maybe you're not cut out for business.
I think we can beat the Corsair? I guess we're gonna find out. Just as long as they don't get crit in the face, okay. Rebirth skill, please. Damn. Damn. Cooldown, yep. That is the play.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who. If it's
Sure.
not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be.
I was hoping we could get more lizard, but that's okay. Don't need weapons. Small items might net us something.
Mine is highly concentrated.
Nothing.
If you want cheap junk,
Okay.
go see.
It be like that sometimes, unfortunately.
But if you insist,
We do have... Oh, counted that a little too soon. Uh-oh. This looks like a burst build. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be able to build up enough damage. Oh, nope. Never mind. I stand corrected.
Toward nobler use.
Well, we've got 4 wins, so that is a good thing. That is good.
Sail, no sail.
Lizard, please.
I want what's right for you.
No. And of course, when I need to look for something, that's when I don't get it.
I do not teach. I help you discover for yourself.
You burn, haste the core for a second. You burn your items. Nope. We need haste.
But not all.
I think we can beat the Robo Bouncer. Plus, we need to catch up on levels. So... Seems bursty, though. But I think we've got this. Yep. Okay. Poison it is. Diamond tier items.
My shop is a statement, a protest against mediocrity. Luxury is courage, a fearless rejection of the cheap.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
Man. Stingy on those
Not ready
upgrades.
to accept the light.
Oof. Okay. This worries me. Okay. Whew. Just got him. We have no large items. Oh, actually we do. We have a solar farm.
You are
Maybe we can get an upgrade for the solar farm? We cannot.
here and there, so rushed, so confused.
28. Not good enough.
People first.
Come on, upgrades. Hmm.
Maybe I should lower my price.
That's not annoying at all. All right. $21 out of 40. More poison. Guess we'll
Scratch
dig.
the surface of the outlands.
Wow. Crazy. Nope. Nope. Man, that would be nice. We'll do one more. Nothing. It's always a bummer.
I'm quick
Come on, man. You've given me no upgrades for those.
That's fine, don't
Why? There's no reason for you to be that stingy. So annoying. Come on, just fucking... Oh, this guy's got a lot of HP. He builds shields, but that's not gonna matter as long as I can survive enough to get enough poison on him, which looks like I will. Runs to your junk. 2.
Reuse, recycle, relax.
6.
Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home. While you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
Friends?
I will free others.
No.
I've salvaged more Droidicans to join you on your mission.
Let's do the Trash Titan. Juggler would actually be really good. And we get Ectoplasm. 21, still not that good. Nice. Actually, let's upgrade the Ray.
Well, good luck then.
That way we can get some extra poison going.
But he can never surpass me in years.
Nope. We are hasting.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Ooh, critical freeze. No, of course that would happen. They got that for 3.4 seconds. That's insane. Cannot be frozen, or let's do that.
The world is pretty scary. Am I good, Smarma?
I was hoping to get a shielded upgrade, but I guess not.
Well, howdy, hero. Hooey! Now that's a bargain. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
Actually... it's a 12. Get a second chance at Juggler. And we get Ectoplasm again. Man, what are the odds of that? That's crazy. Cinders, I guess. Well, we don't need to do large items anymore, so medium, I guess.
I'm pretty laid back.
No.
Hey, that's okay. It's been if you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Come on, man. How are you giving me no upgrades for these?
Neither wealthy.
That's just crazy. Always happens. Always happens whenever I'm looking for a very specific item. Oh my god. Wow. Icy monitor lizard. Wow. And that turned into a one chest win. Phew, super unlucky. Super unlucky. God, I don't even know. If I'm having trouble with Pig and Dooley, I'm afraid to play a Vanessa build. I guess we'll try it, why not? If anything, at least the Vanessa game will be fast, but like her runs are defined by her itemization at the start. Like, this is bad. This is bad. Like, really bad. I'll take the dock lines, but this is actually a very, very, very bad start.
Enjoy your
I don't anticipate good things from this run. Not at all. I mean, we'll pretty much need to get a flask immediately.
See that plank?
Or some kind of other sustainable, item.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might.
It's not good. It's not bad, but it's not good.
Enjoy the thrill of battle.
Okay.
Well, you can.
We're gonna take a chance on Lanxian, but it's such a slow item. And we're up against the Vanessa.
We're out
Shit.
to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Okay. That's not good. Yeah, we're in a lot of trouble. No, we don't win this one. They just had better stuff than we did. Like, I'm getting outpaced in damage by the hand axe, which normally is bad. But because it's paired with the honing steel, and my Lanxian is just too slow, I'm not gonna win. That's bad. That's actually a really bad start.
Waiting to be filled.
We're already in a lot of trouble. Yep. A lot of trouble. Don't like it. this is slightly better.
Good food feeds body and soul.
Okay, we definitely want to fight the mosquitoes so that we can get the skill.
Waste of gunpowder.
Okay.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh.
It's probably
Tell
worth
everyone
it.
You got it here.
Burn item. I was hoping we would
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
all right. Oh shit. I really wish we had gotten a flask. Poison's gonna kill me. I'm too slow. This is a really bad start. Already lost 2 PvP fights. It's not good. I think this is just a bad build now.
Any good fights lately?
Oh, I do. Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker the
Okay,
fight.
we do have Trebuchet. Which let's get
When you
sort
carry
of
my
just in
I fight
case.
alongside you.
Gold. Probably Tempest.
Storm Queens. You fight like a dervish without honor.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Haste item. That's okay, it's not great. Okay.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Oh man. That's not good. No, he's gonna beat me through sustain. Damn, another loss. Another PvP loss. This is crazy. Yeah, with Vanessa just feels really bad to play. If you get bad itemization at the start, then you basically auto-concede. But because this is a ranked run and I'm using a ticket, like, I basically have to hold on to the hope that I can at least get 4 wins. And right now, I don't have the itemization for that. People are just, like, beating me outright, either through damage or through The fact that they can sustain themselves through shield and healing.
Another empty chest, waiting to be filled.
It feels so bad. It feels so bad to play Vanessa.
Aha! Now this will inspire the crew.
Send me your huge items. Price? Don't care.
I mean, we've got a flask now, which is good, but it doesn't help us a lot.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Look at this.
The keener the blade, the quicker the
Look
fight.
at that. Do I even want to keep that in there? I kinda do. I also kinda don't.
We scorch like the desert sun. The dunes favor you, Inlander.
Pathetic, as spineless as a jellyfish.
Weapons, I guess.
This leg. Oof.
Okay.
Aha! Now this will inspire the crew.
Cast aside your destruments.
Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker the fight. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of strength.
Another Vanessa.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna get bursted down.
You fall like a boulder. I flow like a wave.
Damn, day 5 still haven't won PvE fight or PvP.
For the rest of the tyrants.
Yeah, I think this is just a bad build. There's really nothing we can do. We're not getting items that allow us to pivot, so
Haha. Now this will inspire the crew.
feels pretty bad. Feels pretty bad. Gonna try this. Okay.
What do you mean, experience? I have a diploma.
Already? We barely got our flags up.
Experience is treasure.
Tempering's probably okay. Probably keep the jellyfish as is. It is tempting to get the catfish, but it doesn't really, that doesn't help us a whole lot, so. Okay.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
If this is the atypical dually, then we're probably dead. Yeah. I think the amount of fire damage that they're gonna get on us before we can do anything is gonna put us in a world of hurt, especially because they can shield and we can't. Looks like we'll also need to restart after this. Yep. This is just a bad build. We're basically gonna get no wins with this build and just waste a ticket.
Bring her about. I've got another
That really
salvo.
sucks.
The keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
Okay, let's restart. I honestly just can't believe Despulia, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hopefully you're having a good day. But I, again, really appreciate the follow. Thank you. I don't even know if a small bird could help us here. I mean, I don't even need small items. I need something extremely specific. Guess monster loot. Okay, that works. Get a burn item. No, we don't need that. We want the wheel. Water wheel's not bad.
You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this.
Use an adjacent item. Feels kind of bad getting rid of the docks. Or dock lines. Kind of have to, though. But then we can't keep this, too. Well, I mean, we could put it over there. Which I guess kind of works, but... really... What do we do? That. Which is kind of janky, but it kind of works too. We just really need that wheel. But yeah, again, Spulia, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Sorry if I seem a little off. I'm just trying to figure things out over here, and it's just kind of just not having a good time with Vanessa builds right now. trying to build a certain way, and it's just not working out. Small, large, I guess. And no large. Do be like that, huh?
Ah, a friend.
Okay.
I mean, a customer.
Nope. Not exactly. And not exactly. Man.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Oh, that's interesting. Managed to get the weights from Pick. Okay.
Defeat does not defeat me.
All right, well, that's a win on the board, so at least that's
Bravery
something.
without strength is a sword without blade.
Cinders, aquatic items, 3%. I think we want to build up the fire that we can do. Okay, so I'll get to 20, which is all right. That's a good one.
The keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
Well, even if we got a large, we have enough to... Are we on day 7? Or are the chances that we get an upgrade for those? You can check.
This is talking fast.
Nope.
In and out, here and there, so rushed, so
Do we go after the turtle for XP, or do we go after the thug for bonk? It's probably worth it to try and go for bonk. Although, bonk might be the thing that actually kills us, so I hope not. Okay, not bad.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Do we have anything that slows? I don't think we do. Let's just get rid of that. Upgrades. Burn, charge this by 3. It's 4 seconds. That might get us more. Let's try it.
Put a few rounds in a dervish for me, will ya?
Tools. Could get an upgrade for the flask.
Some engineers fix things. I make the things they fix things with. I get new stock every day. Maybe next.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Oh, what is this? I see. Oh, he's got a lot of burn on me. Yep. Ouch.
Do for you right now.
Probably that, I guess.
I'm on the edge of the plank.
Okay, that's not bad, actually. Yeah. Don't have any slow items. Guess we could just get one. Grappling hook. On day 8, I guess we can get some skills. Upgrade for tempering. Poison. Let's see what else. Use an ammo item, burn 2. When you burn, heal 30. How realistic is the burn for cauterize? We could try it, I guess. Hope for the best. Vortex. Kind of wanted for the EXP, but I don't know if we're strong enough for that, so I guess we'll go for the Jack instead.
Dear guest, stay.
You got me. Stem and all.
See that plank? Walk it.
Small item. Is that better than chocolate right now? Could probably use more health. What are the likelihoods that we're gonna use these two? Not very likely, actually. Let's catch up with some health. Gold tier. We're gonna incorporate dock lines again. It would be nice if it was multicast, but it's not. Alright.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Alright, what kind of dually are we up against right now? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. That was like a really off meta fire build. That's pretty weird. I like it though. It's always nice to see people playing something that's not meta. You up for more damage or reduction of cooldown? It's probably going to be like 0.1 second. Let's probably go for damage. And let's continue to build on our health, because we need it.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Keep offering that to us, but
Buy, don't buy, as long as we get to hang out.
weapons platform, duelist. Can probably beat the duelist. Let's give it a try. The best thing that we could get would be Big Ego. That would be nice to have. Okay. That was a close one, actually.
already?
Damn.
We barely got our flags up.
Small, medium. We could probably look for upgrades. Should could get upgrades for these two, but I guess that's just kind of how we have to roll. Nothing. Freeze skills. We can get some kind of fire freeze going. When you slow, first time you haste. I think that's the play.
You've made at least one smart choice in your life.
Ooh, this is scary.
With you, but if you insist.
I think this guy had 6 wins. He's got poison. Ah, shit. 7 wins. Okay. Yeah. No, this poison's gonna eat me long before I can get through to his shield. Ah, man. 2 win builds.
I am the last daughter of
Pretty
House
unfortunate,
Corsina.
but
No
that's how it
defeat can
goes.
take that from me.
Okay. Well, I'll do one more. Do we do pig? Do we do dually?
I'll show the folks back home.
Go dually, I guess. Okay, which core do we got? Ignition, weaponize, and the core. Ignition or the core, I wonder. I think we're gonna go ignition.
Hi, I'm Quixel, Master Merchant or something. I guess I made a sale.
Darn. Well, hopefully we can coast by on cool LEDs. We don't have pyro, but even though I seldom use duct tape anymore, that could be good. I mean, this early fight doesn't matter. You can't really lose against the early, super early mobs. Well, on day one. Okay. Well, if we're going medium, we probably want the pulse rifle.
Welcome in, huh?
What can I get you? If it's not right,
Okay.
bring it back. I want you to be happy.
Let's hope for some cinders. Cooldown. Okay. Oops. Don't have anything to trigger, but it's still probably better. Okay, I know their level's a bug. They're definitely level 2, but for some reason we're fighting them on day 1. Which we're not gonna win because they are shield. I haven't even been offered armored cores since the patch. Or the hotfix. I don't know if Armored Core has been disabled or if I'm just super unlucky. But I've been playing a lot of dually builds and I haven't seen Armored Core, so this might be a pre-patch ghost. If that's the case, that is actually an unfair run. So, oh well. Get a tool. Bronze tier junk item.
Reuse, recycle, relax. Warms my rusty circuits to see that find off.
Okay. We actually need a friend. So I think we're gonna upgrade the core. What are the chances that we get a friend on silver tier? I almost wonder if we should take the chocolate, but we'll fish. That's a friend. Put you over there. Put you over there. We do want to go for mosquito so that we can get rush. Insect wing is fine, but rush would be ideal. We got neither. Feels bad. But that's okay. Non-weapon item versus ruins could get us EXP. Sure.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful.
Reduced by 50%. We don't even have enough for it, though. Feels kind of bad. I mean, we could get enough for it, but we can't actually use it until the next level, so probably not worth it. Get a beta ray, though.
But I'm glad you bought this.
Okay. Vanessa. Oof. This is... I don't know about this. No. I was gonna be like, there's a chance? Oh. We just got it. Wow. I actually thought I was going to lose. Probably should have. But that's fine. That's fine. I like being pleasantly surprised. Or whatever. Let's do that.
Oh, come on then.
Okay. Should upgrade it to 2 seconds. Oddly enough, we don't have any burn. Just so weird. Let's get a haste item. Okay. I think we can beat the eccentric Aetheryte.
Faster than lightning.
If we do win, we want rigged. That would be nice. Which it looks like we'll be okay. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be fine.
Turn the lights off when you leave.
Cool. Even the scrap would be good for the banana. Or force field. Likelihood of using you is not very high, so... maybe we can get upgrades.
But I can help you finish a fight.
No, we got Alpha Ray, though. Alpha Ray isn't bad.
Nufo teaches stillness. I prefer
Let's switch you out for now. Solar farm. Upgrade the core. We need burn, charged for 2. What exactly could we get rid of, I wonder? Right now, I'm okay with the friend that we have, but we want a first Aiden instead. Or Aiden. However you would say that. For now, this is okay, but it's not great. We still don't have a loop. But it'll get us through some of the early stages, and that's fine while we try to search for a build. Ooh.
I'm so fast, I'm living in your future. No, I won't tell you what.
There he is. Do we monitor lizard? Right now, this kind of enables a decent amount. I'm gonna get the lizard just in case. Let's get chocolate. And I don't know if we can even incorporate it, but if we get the multi-tool or the energy potion, that would be great. Even time to tinker would actually be pretty good.
Hey, what's one more scar?
We got nothing. Well, not nothing, just nothing that we want. Small item, work at the docks. Well, small items would be those, right?
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Okay. Don't have enough furry weapons, so... Core cooldown, upgrade the core. Wow, we've got all the core upgrades. That's actually insane. Okay. If only we had burn items. Ah, this guy's doing the friend builds. Not bad. I think we've got him on this one, though. Yeah. Burn will take him out. That's actually not bad, though.
People first, profit 10. Do you have to leave already?
Okay. We don't have enough for gold, so chocolate. Question is haste. I mean, right now this is only going to do one, right, at a time. Well, this is going to give us two. We do haste quite often, so we could probably afford to see what goes on. Question is, Gorgon or Sabertooth? Can we survive against the Gorgon, I wonder? Let's give it a shot.
Come to lay gold at my
Oh yeah, we'll be fine.
How would you like to work for us?
Ooh, okay, we got the skill that we wanted to. It's nice. Core gives one burn. Cinder's probably good. Toughness shields. Probably just survivability with chocolate, to be honest. Go for silver tier, or do we go for... income? I think we go for income. Ooh, okay. Oh, yikes. That's not good. It's got 1% crit chance, and I bet I get crit. That's how it always happens. Oh, no, actually didn't. Wow. Color me shocked. We'll take that. That's good. Friends? Cool. Small friend again? Maybe lucky? No. Can we survive the shark? Well, let's try it. Who cares?
No need to read the contract. It's all standard.
It'd be really nice to get the ATM, so we win, hopefully. Which it looks like we will. Thank you, Petrifying Gaze. Ah, never lucky. Don't need you. Yes, actually that is huge. Let's see, we're on day 6. What are the chances that we get an upgrade for the solar farm on day 6? Probably not that high. On day 6, 50% chance for silver, 10% chance for gold. But there is an outside chance that we could. Are we better off with skills, maybe? We can go for it.
You are amusing. I shall fight.
No.
I will be there long after you are gone, and so will I.
Small item or Monster Ranch? Let's go with the ranch. Oh, right. I forgot. If we go to the Monster Ranch with the solar farm, we actually get a new event. Let's go with the premium set, though. That is a shame. Feather's good, though. So that's fine. Ooh, fire builds. I do not like that. We need to start building up poison so that we can get him before he gets us, but maybe? Nice. Scary stuff. Weapons. Nah, I guess we're just gonna keep building up on survivability. Okay.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Now we get Omega Ray. It's kind of too good right now, though. But we'll pick it up just in case.
Oh, you leaving?
No. I think we want to go after the rock because we have 2 chances at a golden feather, which would be nice. We don't want cosmic wind because there's nothing that can crit. So please not that. Cool. Oh, hey, there we go. Not bad. Let's get 3 loot. We're on day 7, so I think it's silver? No, it's gold. Oh, wow. That is actually insane. Okay. Yeah.
Make deals, not war.
No upgrades. That's unfortunate.
You're not being fully present.
Size dilutes
Oh,
the
we have
mind.
another chance with small
Mind
items.
is highly concentrated.
Oh. Is metronome better? And when you use an adjacent item, give the other adjacent item haste for 1 second. We'll use this every 2.7 seconds as opposed to every 3.5. Could be better. But then this is every 5.2. But the more that we haste, the more that we'll get to do stuff, so maybe it's not a bad idea. Let's give it a try. Oh, 0 wins on day 8. I'm actually kind of worried what this build might be. It is an ignition build with rays. Okay. Oh, we actually lost. Damn. It was by like a second, too.
You say old. I say thoroughly.
Okay, that's good. Haste. We actually have a lot of haste items. Maybe upgrade? No. And another rock. Another chance at a feather. What's our cooldown on farm? 4.4. I really would like an upgrade for the gamma ray. It's actually one of the worst things we could have gotten. That sucks. Let's get poison.
Cast aside your destruments.
Why not? Even though we might end up selling. We also haven't had any crypto this game, which is kind of strange. I'm so used to seeing that, but weird. Do we do gumballs, even though... Well, I don't know. Probably not. We don't have any shields. There's a chance that we'll get a lot of shield stuff and just waste money. Yeah, nope. Alright. Let's see what you got. Oh, ray ignition. So common. Hey, zombie is sleeping. I don't think I've ever seen this game before. Is it like a card game? Kind of. It's like Oh wow, you really destroyed me with fire. It's like a deck builder game. That's also an auto battler. You just collect items, try to create the best build that you can, and then just see if you can get to 10 wins. Which is actually pretty hard. It's pretty difficult to do. Yeah, it's like simple, but like complex at the same time. Like it's easy to get into, but there's like a lot of like layers underneath it. It's actually really fun. It's currently in closed beta. And so if you're into that kind of thing, even like TCGs or CCGs, it's something that I definitely recommend. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, let's see what we can get out of the small items. Oof, nothing. It's not great. The only medium item we have is Monitor Lizard. I want an upgrade from Monitor Lizard, but I wonder if it's better that we get a small non-weapon item instead and kind of hope for the best. Let's fish for it.
Small things.
You gain burn haste items for 2. I would rather not burn myself because my life pool is actually quite small. Chrono barrier would be nice, but not with what I'm currently running.
Fitzworth is gonna yell at me.
I don't think we have enough to fight the Death Knights, so we're going to go for the Oasis Guardian. I'm pretty sure if we go after Khan has a sniper rifle, and that's probably going to take us out in one shot, so it's probably a bad idea. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. I just realized we don't have a whole lot of skills. Nope, nothing like that. Friend cooldown might be the play. Yep. No. Are we ever going to get a shield item? Probably not. Weapons? Nah, we'll just get money. Poison item? Maybe upgrade? I don't know, man. We don't have any freeze. It's kind of too late for virus builds. Although virus is fun. But I don't think a lot of people run small items, save for Dooley. And usually by then you're already dead, so that's too bad.
Patience.
Okay, what do you got? Oof. I do not like you. Oh, he's was running a virus build. There you go. But we've got them because we have faster generation. That's really good, though. Nice. Not a bad idea. Medium. Search for monitor lizard, I think.
No sale. I want what's right for you. Hey, that's okay. It's been nice talking to you.
Always want to find something, and it's always gone. It's never there when I want it. Shielded plasma, burn both for 20, slow 3, shield 160. I mean, the shielded aspect of it is nice. 8 seconds is too long.
Don't like my armor.
I think we can beat Lord of Wastes, so we're gonna try it. We need to catch up on XP. We're only level 10 on day 10. We should be at least 12, I would say. Kind of far behind. Oof. Okay, hopefully we can take him down before that happens again.
Return to the bazaar.
Nice.
Do not corrupt us.
A lamp would be really good. It's okay, we can sell that, because we're never going to use that. I think we're going to upgrade... Do you upgrade the metronome or the gamma ray? The gamma ray will give us, I think, 1 or 2 more poison each generation. And then the metronome might be 2 seconds of haste. I think we upgrade the metronome. Yeah, 2 seconds. Curio's fine. We've got actually a lot of money.
Just a matter of finding it.
Wing is good.
Reuse everything.
Haste is good. Got a cinder. I was hoping we would get an extract, but I guess not. Okay, do we put the rocket boots on the metronome? I think that's the play. So now we have 3 seconds, which is good. Smaller, large. We don't have any slow. I guess that's what we do.
Reasonable size things.
So... we're never going to use the ray, I don't think. I don't even know why I still have it. Nope.
Right then, off you go.
Okay. It's too bad we haven't run into the Firebird either. Got a chance at a cheat death. Ooh, he's got better poison generation than I do. So I'm actually dead. Yep. He's running a friend build, which is actually ideal for this. I kind of have a weird cobbled together build. Chant an item that can't be frozen, slowed, or destroyed. I think we want to put that on the farm. I think we can get more poison here. Yep. We don't have weapons, so that doesn't work. Do any of the heroes have poison? I think the potion guy does. Poison equal to your regeneration. We have none. It's got a freeze potion, but we can't afford to get rid of anything, which is sad. Oh well. I guess Cinders is the play. Never going to use you or you again. Pretty much can't change our build, so we'll just get rid of you too. Okay. Could probably survive the octopus, I hope. Turns out we can. Ooh, this is the first time I got the octopus. And it's kind of too bad I can't make use of it, though. 8 damage 8 times. This actually wouldn't be too bad in, like, a pig build. Because if you could get Crook, this would actually be insane. If you could get Crook on it, and then maybe Lifesteal, or even Shield Generation. Shield Generation would be insane, with sharp corners. So it's nice to have, but can't use it, so goodbye. Let's see if we can get some skills. Your non-weapon items have 10% chance to crit. Well, if only we needed to upgrade the core. More poison it is. Never lucky there. I think we just go for health. Another dually. Also with Death's Door. And it's poison. Ooh, with Friend Core. This is gonna get gross. He had better generation than I did. Darn. Oof. Kind of bugged here at the end. Alright, well, we got a chest. We were short 1. Which is kind of unfortunate. I did say 1 more last time, but I think we're going to go for 1 more run. It's only been 3 hours and 38 minutes, so we can do 1 more.
I'll show the folks back home what's possible.
Let's go with Pig. Maybe we can get something going with Pig. If we get up to 4 wins, that's fine. With the new patch and the new meta, it's actually really hard to get to 10 wins. At least for me, anyway. Spiky shield it is.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste.
That is interesting. a long time. I guess something's better than nothing, though. Hyverdrone, Viper. Viper will probably kill us. It used to not be possible to die on day one, but now you can. So I guess we'll go for... Oh. Very atypical. Thank you so much. Yeah, right? Always the curse of one more. It's like a gambling addiction. Kind of bad. Or League. It's like we'll quit once we win, and then you never win, and it's like 8 hours later. We'll see. Maybe we'll get something that'll allow us to pivot early. If not, then we'll just try and go for a full-on shield build, but we're just gonna have to hope that the game is pretty generous with what it's gonna allow us to have. Like, we'll need to build economy, depending.
Not all Jabalians are pacifists.
Fang is okay. Get a small shield item. Yeah. Oof, that's not a good one. Let's see if they sell any medium.
I'm pretty laid back.
Actually, that's not terrible. But it actually works better with those two. So let me get rid of those. Don't need that. Yeah, let's do this for now while we kind of wait for things to happen. This build is pretty slow as far as starting though, so there's a good chance that we don't win this opening match. Poison. Actually, well, no, I was gonna say there's a chance that we sustain with shield, but poison actually eats through shield, so I think they actually beat us. Like, our damage is just too small. Yeah, we lose first day. That feels bad.
Well, I guess
Okay.
motivation isn't everything.
Do we get small items? I think we go to the mountain so that we can start building income.
Treasures out.
Change shields. Upgrade your leftmost bronze tier item. Does this increase its shield? It might increase it to 20. Should be better than getting the 2 scrap right now. I think that's the play. And we don't have enough for silver, so let's go to the jungle ruins and continue to build income, which is good. Tent City Mayor. Don't think we have the damage to be Tent City Mayor right now, which is unfortunate because they do have a skill that we could use in our shield build, but well, actually, since this generates 20 now, every time I use this, I'll get 60. And hopefully in those 2 seconds, I can still use some of it. But I'm pretty sure this guy has a decent amount of HP for day 2. If that's the case, he might just out-sustain us. Tent City Mare, 40 HP. Ooh, he's got the Abandoned District, or Temporary Shelter, rather. 400. I actually think he outdoes us, maybe. I don't know. It's probably safer just to go with Mosquito so that we can keep generating money. It's too bad. Feels bad to give up on that, but oh well.
It's all about motivation. You gotta
Okay.
know what you're fighting
Can definitely
for.
use that because we want to lower the amount. Medium items is the play.
I want what's right. If
Very
it's not
good.
right, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
Keep that just in case. Most stuff costs 4. We're not going to do anything with weights, so we don't need to worry about that. Shield skills. Is there anything that we can get with shield skills right now that would be worth it? I don't think so. Well, I mean, we could get a scrap and a curio, but I think it's only going to give us 3 because we're in day 2. So we're actually better off just getting an item. That's alright.
You do see these tusks, right?
I imagine this dually probably... Yeah, that's what I thought. This is gonna be a fire dually. That's bad. Pretty much negates my shield builds. Yeah, fire is too good early. Feels bad.
I believed in myself and I still lost.
Got 13.
Profit 10.
That's actually pretty good. We're taking that.
Sad to say goodbye.
And then we'll eventually incorporate the land scraper. This gains 1 value, shield equal to this item's value. Do we have the thing? We do not have the thing. Huh. Alright, well. Just scrap it up. Oops. Forgot about that. Let's get chocolate. I'm gonna use you, so that is fine. We're probably good against the rogue scrapper. Right now, this doesn't do a lot. So actually, Junkyard Club would be nice. Scrap is also good. I think as far as skills, what we want to look for, we want sharp corners. Sharp corners, and there's like another defensive skill. I forgot what it's called, but it's got a it's got like a baton item. We'll want to look for that too.
Make deals, not war.
Okay. Bird is nice for when we eventually get to use the land scrapers, so we will do that. Can't afford large items right now. Is there anything small that we need? I don't think so. Okay, starting out with 300 shield is probably going to help us, maybe. Depends on what kind of dually this is. It is atypical. Ignition core ray. Okay. Well. Okay. Can we get to shield again before? Fire's too strong. Nope.
Well, I'll admit,
yeah,
that was impressive.
Let's continue with the income. Leftmost silver. Actually, we want to do that.
Moving up in the world.
Okay. Let's do that. Do this. And do the bird. Get rid of you. We're gonna use barbed wire. I don't know. Day 4 heal regen. I don't even know what's available. Probably nothing super significant, but it could matter. Let's check it out.
Can't learn to regenerate if you don't have any wounds. In other words, this might hurt.
20 regen, plus 6, 1 regen, large heal. All these kind of suck. Healing doesn't matter. Yep. That feels bad, but that's okay.
Regen.
What you looking at?
Alright, we've got a melt.
Pretty strong. You looking for work? Believe you'll win, and you'll win, but not against me.
When you shield, your shield items gain 1 shield. Man, if only there was a way. At the start of each hour, this gains 1 value. It could be good to sell down the line, so do that, I guess. Just gains a value. Sure. Invest for the future, I guess.
Master craftsman. Me?
Too bad Bushel was nerfed. This used to give shield every time he healed. But it makes sense. It makes sense.
People say my arm is the best.
Alright.
Boring.
Oof. Yeah, this isn't good. Build too slow.
Next time I'll show you what I learned from this.
Non-weapons? I guess so.
Hide your destruments.
Okay.
I can feel our energies resonating.
I can already see all the treasures I'll put here.
Small weapons, small items. We work at the docks. Do we want a weapon or do we want shield? I think we want a weapon. Four seconds as opposed to 7. But then we take away the bird. We could try it. I don't know if we survive Mod Squad or Flame Juggler. Guess we go for Duelist.
What do you mean, experience? I have a diploma.
Yeah, I think our generation is too slow. We should still be fine, but...
I read the art of the duel.
I've come too far to let you stop me.
Okay, I think we take this out. We add you back in. Don't need you, and I guess we can put in barbed wire for now. Silver or Monster Ranch? Silver, I guess. It's probably worth it. It's one of my favorite items.
Moving up in the world.
Health, toughness, shields. Should probably fight the monster for EXP. I don't know which one we're gonna fight though. Oh, that one. Okay. Okay, after this one, we'll restart.
Not all Jabalians are pacifists.
Health. Shields. Yep. Don't need you. When you use adjacent shield, when you use another item, I think we. Alright. Okay, let's restart. There we are. Excuse me. Okay. All right, Dooley, let's see what you got. I assume I'm going to be fighting meta. In which case, this build might still be too slow. Yep, it's meta. Well, oh, Clarence, I was going to say, he doesn't have anything that can take my shield down, but he actually does, so. Oh no, he has ice. Okay, yeah, poison beats me. The ice actually mattered. If he didn't have this, I probably would have won. Damn.
Still lost.
People first, profit 10. Do you have to leave already?
Do I have enough space for register? Guess I can make some space.
Come back for a refund.
When you burn shield 5, when you burn haste. If I had a matchbox, I could make this work, probably. I think I'm gonna get it just in case. Mosquito. Let's be safe. Okay.
You seem like a nice person. Maybe too nice.
Okay. Heal region. You know, Gumball's actually pretty alright. So let's do that. Okay, decent amount of shield stuff. Let's see, we're on day 6. We could get Fort. It's very unlikely that we'll get an upgrade for Landscraper, but we can check.
Just take boulders. This is more fun.
It's very unlikely we'll get something out of the shipment, so... Scrap. Or health. Probably health.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
This is fire builds. Metal build sucks. Hate running into it.
I don't believe my sisters.
This pork roast's almost done.
There's literally nothing you can do against it. You just have to outrun it. And that's basically impossible. Not unless you have more life, which I don't really. And even healing it doesn't really matter. Because every tick of heal only takes 1 burn off. And if they can burn you more than you can heal, which they definitely can, there's basically nothing you can do. Pretty unfortunate. 3 XP. Yep. Hey, nice number. I think our main issue is that we just do not have a good enough loop going. Because if we were faster, we could actually do something. Right now, we cannot. Should we go for full health? Yeah. Do we go for relax? Economic items.
I know you, Mr. Pygmalion, as shrewd as you are handsome.
20 max health. That's kind of not good enough.
One has to spend money to make money.
We got Astrolabe, which is nice, but that doesn't really help us all that much. Okay.
You do see these tusks, right?
So far, all we've faced is meta dualies. This looks like another one. Yep. Ah, that's annoying. Oh, we didn't crit. If we crit, we could have won. Damn.
They don't teach combat.
0 wins on this build, just because we kept running into meta shit. Ah, that's awful. Wow. Damn. That feels bad. That feels really bad. Yeah, everything is based off of your opener. If your opener sucks, you basically have to auto-concede. Which feels really bad when you're playing ranked. Because then you waste a ticket or you waste gems. And the worst person to play right now is Vanessa. She used to be the best. But they've messed with her items so much that you have to have a good opener or you lose. Like, just straight up. God. Well, we got 1 ticket, and that was fast. So the curse of 1 more continues, which means 1 more. And this one will be the last one because it's our last ranked. So that really sucks. Oh, we actually got Armored Core. This is the first Armored Core that I've seen in like 50 games. All right, let's go Armored Core. Cells. Do we go Lost Crate or do we go Curio? I guess we can go Curio.
You need. Just a matter of finding it.
8. That's a little too slow. I don't like that. We'll get the insect wing though.
Your part to clean up the bazaar.
Man, this is all kind of bad. Okay.
I've been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
Are we gonna do more than the kimono, I wonder? I think we have more health. Yeah, just barely. Okay. Yeah, I know. I know. Okay, if we're going Armored Core, then we'll want to go Friends. Which means I want to find the Brick Buddy and probably... Okay, that's good. We'll want to get Brick Buddy, we'll want to get Pulse Rifle.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Which we can only get pulse rifle at 4. Same with Brick Buddy, so even if we re-roll, chances are we're not going to get what we want. In that case, we should just focus on survival. So let's do this for now.
That doesn't work out for you. Come back for a refund.
Get a small weapon. Is 10 damage gonna matter, or is it better if we shield? I think at this early stage it doesn't matter. So we'll just go into this like that. If we can survive, great. If we fail, that's alright. Dually usually takes a little while to get going, so... Okay. Okay, this should get us out front enough. Yeah. Sure, maybe banana. Nice. Upgrade the core. Yep, that's the play. Small, medium.
Quixel, master merchant or something.
Three seconds. Is it better to get this now, or... or hope for something else? I mean, that is kind of a big deal, but I don't know. Okay.
On behalf of the Grand Society,
Okay.
blah blah blah. Bye.
Can we beat the Tent City Mayor? I honestly don't know. I want to say yes, but I don't think so. Mosquito. Yeah, this will be fine. We probably could have out-sustained the mayor, but I just wasn't sure. It would have been nice to get his shield skill. It's not necessary, but it would probably really help us over the course of the entire run, so... But this is okay. This is fine. Small weapon, sell items. We only have 3 gold. Small weapon. Okay, that's fine. Can sell it later. Let's start building our economy. We don't have a friend right now, though. We'll need to search for a friend. Probably first Aiden. I don't like this. We might be okay, but I have a feeling we may not be. Because the fire is probably... Yeah, the fire is going to bring us below the threshold once the storm starts. Ah, man. Itemization's too good on their end. Although... Well, no, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay.
Reward the peaceful, punish.
That's good. We do need a friend. Walter Cooler's not the best. Just for the purposes of what we need now, that's fine. Cooldown. I think we go with cooldown. Okay, we have to start moving stuff. I think I don't like taking that out. Don't need you. Wait, what else is counting? What else is counting as a friend? That was weird. Why is it only +2 there? That's so strange. Okay. The only problem I have is the fact that we're not building any charge on the side of there anymore. I mean, I can still put the power sander there, but it's almost better if we do this instead. Well, no, we do this. Yeah, I guess we do have to do that, huh? That actually feels kind of bad. It's kind of wasting the power sander. Maybe we can find something better.
Hugelings use these things.
That is actually better. And we get Brick Buddy now. Oh man, why do you gotta do this to me, game?
I have to trade even when I don't care.
All right. Alright, fine.
There's fun size, and then there's boring size.
We'll get you for when we expand our space. We can probably beat the Aetheryte.
I win! Oh, we haven't started yet?
Yeah, we should be fine.
The bazaar will go dark without me!
Oh, nice. That's a good skill.
The world is pretty scary.
That is good. I will take that.
Any good fights lately?
Oh, great. At the same token, we'll get
When you
that.
carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Okay.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
I wonder. I think I fucked up a little bit. I should have put this over here. Oh, he's got freeze. Poison's gonna kill me.
I paint my ship red, but I don't
I think we go for sharpening stone. Oops. Fuck. Oh, God. What am I doing? Jesus.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All
I
about
moved
my
it off when I should have moved it in my inventory. That
Either
might
that,
matter.
Someone else finds it. It all works out.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying.
Man. Guess we can do that for now.
No sail and fail rhyme? Sail fail.
Another fool with too much gold. The dunes favor you, Inlander.
Okay. Gold is good.
Small items, small people. I love them all.
Motherboard. Doesn't really work for for our purposes.
Because I talk too slow.
Haste item. We're on day 4. Is there a shielded haste item? I don't think so. I think we just go Curio.
Phil, I see buried treasure. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
Okay, this time. Insect wing and stone.
Warms
Yeah.
my rusty circuits to see that find a home.
All right.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
We need a better haste trigger. I mean, we're kind of lucky that this build isn't good. Like, I don't know why you would put this here when you should have put it here.
Talent.
Well, no, not here. You should have put it here. That's very weird. Yeah, sharpening stones. Oh, disconnect. Okay, sharpening stones, please. Thank you. Don't disappear on me like you did last time.
Hi, I'm Quixel, Master Merchant or something.
We don't have any haste triggers right now, so that isn't worth it.
Nidsworth says I'm bad at this, but I just want the huge things.
We do have duct tape for slow, but I think it's better we get more healing so that we can try and make it. We should be able to beat Mod Squad. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get a crypto. That'll boost our economy. I mean, our brick buddy isn't fast enough for that skill. Okay, yeah, we should be fine. Yeah. We need a better stand-in for the battery. I mean, that's nice, but... yeah, we just need something else. If we can find something in small items. It's not bad.
Everyone, you got it here.
Metronome.
Shall I gift wrap it for you?
Do we put that here? Or here? Let's try that first.
We're part shop, part museum.
Okay. Poison, cooldown. I think we just go with health. Okay.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Placement does matter. Oops, sorry about that. Placement does matter, so I hope that is good. I think he's gonna get me with poison. My build is too slow still. And he's making up for my lack of damage with
like
just this item.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you.
Nope. Damn, no upgrades.
Hey, that's okay. It's been nice talking to you.
Alright. Does Foreman have anything that I can use? Let me check. Foreman. It's got a couple of things. I do wonder if I'm still better off going after the wolf, the dire. Let's try Foreman. Hopefully we'll make it. A scrap would be nice. We really need some shield skills. Like sharp corners. Sharp corners would be insane. Not really what I was looking for, but yeah, that's something. Small, large. Are there any large items we're going for? I don't think so. Guess we'll go chocolate. Just so that we can have a little bit more life. Oh. I see shield skills. Day 6. Ah, man. Really? Alright.
First principle of shield mastery. Always have one.
Let's go with income for now. Man. Sharp corners would have really put this build forward. Ah, shit. It's a fucking... It's an anti-me build. Shield doesn't matter against this guy. Yep. God, I hate meta dueling. It's so boring to fight.
Few warriors live to retire.
Well, we got shield skills again, but we have 0 money now. That feels really bad. I don't even want to check, because it probably has sharp corners when I need it now. Okay, so out of this one, we want Bonk. Thieves Guild Medallion is acceptable. Junkyard Club is also okay. Alright. Anchor. I think we go docks and shield. Nesting doll. Not really what we needed, but that's okay.
Have at least a grain of wisdom, since you have come to me.
When you gain burn, shield 20. Well, it's not really what we're doing over here. Don't have large items. Medium weapons deal 18. 10 gold. More damage. Let's see, we're on day 7, so there's a chance we get something good out of the scavenger hunt. I think we're up to gold now. Don't have any poison though, which is sad.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Oh my god. It's a regal build. Oh no. Well, we may have a chance. We may have a chance. As long as he doesn't crit us in the face, we do have a chance. Okay. Wow. Oh my god, that's actually a monster setup. That is scary. Well, the only weapon we're searching for is pulse rifle, right? So I don't know if you can get... What's the chance for golden items on day 8? 30%. What's the chance that we'll get a pulse rifle on day 8? Let's check.
I'm finished with fighting.
Wow, pretty good apparently. Okay. Not gonna do any large. Do we get increased damage at the dunes? I don't know. Let me see. That's Artisan Dunes. 5 damage. If we pay the amount, then we get 10 damage. that is both kind of worth it and not. I think we're better off getting the gold. And we are going for rock, of course. Because we want feather. Not what we were looking for. Too bad we're not running crits. So we can't make that more sustainable. Brick Buddy would be nice. Did not get it.
See that mountain?
Nope.
I won battles without ever striking.
Come on
a blow.
now.
Just it's a
Oh, there it is.
Are they hitting you? Or are they hitting themselves with you?
Okay, that is good. Let's get core cooldown. But we are against a dueling. God. I'm running an off meta build and ran into meta. Fuck me. But since we have sharp corners, every time I shield, my weapons gain damage. So that may turn the tide. Oh, I'm slowed though. Oh, come on.
There's no time but the present. I don't believe my sister.
Fire. Yeah, I guess. Let's do the golds. Friend.
I'm so glad to see you again, sir.
Five seconds. And use the weapon to the right of this. This gains 20 shield for the fight. And use an adjacent friend. This gains 20 shield for the fight. This might actually be better. Yeah.
Until next time.
Are we strong enough for Death Knight? I don't think so. Blood Reef. It's better than getting sniper shot in the face, like. Well, it'd be nice if we could make use of that, but we do not have the space. Well, we're gonna get a level anyway, so chocolate. Small, large. Small, medium. Small, medium.
Your huge items. Price? Don't care. I guess
Okay.
I need a sale. Ooh, fine. Here's some gold.
Upgrade the core. Well, gotta hope for the best.
Go
I'm
ahead.
actually afraid.
Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Yeah, nope. This is a loss.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
Yeah, that's crazy. We got the setup that we wanted, and we still died. Oh well. What can you do? Right now, I'm just beating my head against the wall because apparently it's not... you just can't win against meta. You play meta, and you hope to win. You play off meta, and you just die. It really sucks. Because this game is a lot of fun, but... oh well. That is how it goes, unfortunately. Too bad, too bad. Oh well, that's okay. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Oh, forgot to change that back. Let's do that. There we go. Alright, well, unfortunately, I guess we're going to end on a loss. I was trying really hard to avoid that, but... well, I mean, we can hope. Like, I feel... Because in the previous patch, it was... Some class... Like, basically every class except Dooley was overpowered. And now with this patch, they reversed it. Like, in my opinion, it was... Vanessa was at the top, then it was Pig, which is almost... They were almost on the same level. And then there was Dooley, who was, like, just bad. Like, you would win with Dooley, but it was hard. And then with this patch, it's kind of reversed now. It's... Dooley is probably the easiest to win with, but you have to play meta, which means friend or ignition core or the core, and then going fire or poison or both, and then just hasting the entire time. Which is fine to play. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that initially, but it's just so one note and boring. Like, my favorite builds to play as Dooley was like a shield build, kind of like I was playing there. But now, that basically doesn't exist. Like, it doesn't get you very far. I love playing off meta stuff. And granted, I'm not the best at this game. I've been, you know, I watch people like Kripparrian, Raren. They usually have really good runs. At least as far as like their YouTube videos and stuff. But it's still hard. Vanessa is just basically impossible now. They've actually disabled a lot of her items. Like, she used to be up on top with pufferfish builds, and then there was a port, which you could run like haste and a lot of ammo, and you could like build infinite combos and stuff. That's actually really hard to do. And then Pig just had like infinite sustain, which he kind of still does, but it's really hard to get something going with Pig. In a lot of cases now, I do believe the patch And the recent hotfixes have like overtuned a lot of the classes. And there's definitely going to be a lot of nerfs, I think, which kind of sucks. But it needs to happen. Like, Dooley needs to be nerfed because they only have one build that works, and you just see it all the time. And it's boring, and it's not fun to fight against because, like, 9 times out of 10, unless you're Pig with, like, a gigantic life pool, or you have something that stops things from happening, like freeze, which is harder to get now. It's basically impossible unless you race Dooley with poison or fire. So yeah, it's pretty unfortunate kind of right now. It's still fun to play, of course, but it used to be more fun to play. If that makes sense. It definitely was a better... I think the ecosystem was a lot more fun from before. And it's not that you have to do more work. I mean, that's kind of it. But there's just... yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I think as far as the people working on it, the devs, even Ray Noodle, the guy behind like the game and like tempo and everything, they're pretty receptive to feedback. So I think, obviously it's still in closed beta. I think it's going to go live sometime at the beginning of next year, probably January or February. Everyone will be able to play it then, and I think it'll be nice. Right now we're just the guinea pigs, unfortunately. So, but yeah, that's how it's going for now. But it is what it is. It's like I said, it's still fun. It's just it can just be frustrating to run up against meta. Like forcing just one play style just isn't great. And obviously I need to optimize the way that I play as well. But yeah, I mean, not too bad today. This was probably like my longest stream. We're almost at 5 hours now. And I don't know. I mean, like I said, frustrating, still fun. Had a good time. But I'm going to leave it off for here. We're going to let the whole lo-fi Final Fantasy 7 themes kind of play us out. And yeah, it was great. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. It was really nice chatting with you and having you here. And yeah, it was great. So thanks for being here. Hope to see you around. And yeah, thanks for joining. And I'll see you hopefully next stream or sometime in the future. Appreciate it. See you later.